now, okay? This isn't it, that's a written inspection.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay, cool, okay, oh, you do talk about that, okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. We're all good.
There's the,
You're all set.
When she gets back, we'll start.
what does your shirt say?
I think I was supposed to say America, but.
Oh, I thought it said Rick there. I was trying to- Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah.
I didn't see it before.
Famous Tractor Supply shirt.
All right, let's go ahead, because we don't have, it takes time. All right, so this first group here, the Missouri Realtors one, is one that they sent out to say, okay, here's the revisions that we're gonna have. My suggestion to you, and if you're in a group, share it with them, is that you go through and look at each of the changes that were made. We're gonna look real quick at the residential real estate contract that's been changed, but as you can see, if you look at it, it's RS 2000 residential sale contract. There's two different versions. There's a red line and there's a copy that I've given you. But if you look, the changes aren't that big. Okay? It says in addition to increasing the font size and spacing to assist with readability, here are some of the bigger changes. So section 3, purchase price and earnest money. Section 4, closing, been moved to section 2 and 3. And they just did that to leave it on the front page, which makes sense. Here's where I'm gonna put the price, okay? The next one, changes were made in section 4, inclusions and exclusions. They've added some things. You see right here, here's what I'm looking at. This is that group of papers right there. I'm on page 2. I'm on the section on residential sale contract, red line version. Section number 3. Changes were made in section 4. Inclusions, exclusions to remove radiator shields and add doorbells, thermostats, battery backup systems, and electrical vehicle charging stations. So they just added that is all they've done. Next section, the definition of seller concessions was revised to include buyers, brokers, fees. Because in the past, it excluded those fees. It said you couldn't have any buyers, brokers fees in there or admin fees or anything. So they've added that now. Not a huge change, but a big change. And then a reference and checkbox for new compensation agreement rider, because we're going to be seeing that used quite a bit. That the buyer's agent writes a contract and includes a compensation rider that says, I want to be paid X. If it's not, if he doesn't already have a cooperating fee agreement, he or she. And then section 24, source of broker's compensation, a checkbox was added to indicate whether buyer is requesting that seller contribute funds from proceeds to buyer's broker's fees. And it was revised to reflect the ability to check multiple boxes because now again, we can get fees from the seller, where in the past, you couldn't ask for seller fees in the concessions. And you weren't really supposed to ask for it in the contract because it's a separate contract employment agreement with the seller. So you would accept what was on the MLS. Well, now, again, so you understand on the 29th of July, that's supposed to go away. You won't see the compensation anymore. So what you're gonna have to do is if you'll keep turning. Now, the rest of these pages, I really think you should go through and look at the changes that have been made on these, just so you see them. And then here's a compensation agreement rider, which is one of the last 2 pages there. That's 3 pages. You see that? Compensation agreement rider.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
so rather than adding it to the MLS, we're just sending this writer as a way to
Well,
conversate about our, negotiate our,
there won't be any place to put in the MLS.
right?
I think it's on the data sheet, I don't think, but it will be in your employment agreement. So if you list a property, here's all I'm gonna do. When I sit down with somebody and they want to list a property, I'm gonna say, my commission that the broker charges is 6%. And I would encourage you to share that with a cooperating broker, a buyer's agent. And I would encourage you to charge, share 3% of that. I mean, it's the same thing I've done forever, and I'm not gonna change it. The problem is gonna be the buyer's agent that's looking at the house that I've got listed, is not gonna see it. So they're gonna have to contact me somehow, or use a compensation rider.
Yeah, you can just add that to the offer of
Yeah.
whatever listing and,
Right.
okay.
Well, but I mean, let's say it's $100,000 house, you say just add it to the offer. Well, if it's already offered, if the compensation's already there, you wouldn't have to add, make it 103 so you get paid. You would just have the compensation rider that says on number one, listing broker compensation to cooperative broker will be 3%.
Right.
Which is what we're doing right now. Our seller compensation to cooperating broker, 3%. Either way, this would be a rider though. Here's what I want you to understand. It's one page, right? It would be a rider, so you'd have to check the box on the new contract and then include this with your offer if you're going to use a compensation rider.
When does this all change, Jim? Because I
July
heard
29th.
July 29th, because I was here in August, so, okay.
July 29th. So got it? So I write an offer now, and I don't know whether I'm getting compensated or not, because I haven't done my job and talked to the other agent. So I say, my God, I want compensated. So I'm going to fill this all out. I'm going to check either listing broker compensation, cooperative, or seller compensation. It's actually, should be the same thing. But maybe the selling listing broker compensation, they don't have any. Anyhow, I'm gonna write in 3% there, and one of those two blanks, I'm gonna put probably seller compensation to cooperating broker will be 3%, and everybody's gonna sign it. Okay, and then I'm gonna include that with my offer. So now it's clear to everybody, it's clear to the buyer that I'm working with, I'm asking for compensation in this rider. So even though I've got it in the contract, that my buyer's agency contract that the buyer's paying me, I'm trying to collect that money from the seller, which has been tradition for the last 100 years.
So will they put a rider, if this is gonna be like common practice for everybody, will they put a rider, the compensation agreement rider in it?
Yes,
Like the-
yeah, everybody can use it. The other choice would be, and that's the next two pages, but this is a cooperating fee agreement. So this one, I send along with the offer, or I get it signed beforehand, before I make an offer that says, here's how much money I want to be paid. And then the cooperating broker, if they've got it built into the commission or into the transaction already, signs it and says, yeah, we'll pay you the 3%. So Nancy's got a listing. I call Nancy and I say, Nancy, I'm gonna send over a cooperating fee agreement. Is your seller willing to pay compensation? She goes, yeah. I send it over, signs it's 3%. I now know that I'm getting 3% on the transaction. So either one would be acceptable, but if you use this one, you've got to check the box. If you use this one, you've probably done it beforehand. Now, you could do it at the same time as the contract, but you're taking a chance that you get it back and it says 0 on there. You want to be sure. And that starts on the 29th. So my suggestion the other day of team meeting was, maybe you ought to start doing this now when you make an offer, just to kind of say, okay, I need to get used to doing this or making sure that everybody's getting compensated. So I provided you with the residential sale contract, the new one. The bigger change is really that rider, but also on page 2 where they've added a couple items. That's all. I just want you to have it. You notice it says, but you have one. So I just want you to be able to read through it and look good and see that it's not radically different. The new contract is not radically different. What's radically different is the way that we address our compensation.
So they've taken it out of the other contract and put it on these two forms, basically. So one of these two forms,
Well, not really, because all along, the compensation was never in the residential cell contract, never been there. What's changing is for 100 years or approximately that, we would list the property and we'd tell or ask the seller, you know, what do you want the compensation to be? What's the commission? And typically it's led by the agent. The agent says, look, I charge 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever you charge. And then there's a section still in the listing contract that says, are you going to share that compensation with a buyer's agent or a sub-agent or a transaction broker? And if you are, you put that number in the listing contract, right? So you got 6 here, but might have 333 down here, which means if it's a buyer's agent, we're paying them 3%. If it's a sub-agent, we're paying them 3%. If it's transaction broker, we're paying them 3%. That hadn't changed. We entered into the MLS. I'm not sure what that's going to look like, but it will probably still be there. I'm guessing in the input form where you'll put that the commission is 6, but we're splitting the fee. I think it is. The change is going to be nobody's going to see it. So it's going to be hidden so you don't know. Like I said, I'm not changing the way I practice as an individual agent, not a broker, but as an individual agent, I'm still going to tell them that I'm charged 6% or 7 or 8 or 10, something. But I'm not changing that aspect. And I'm going to say, I know human nature, as most of you do. And most of you, if you write an offer, you would like to get compensated at the end of the transaction. And so I'm going to counsel my sellers to pay the 3%, just like we have to. And you can do it any way you want to. And it's always been negotiable. And I've had people try to beat me down to 2, 4, 1, 5, whatever. And I tell it as a funny story, but it's true. It says, you know, is there anything we can do about that 6% commission? And I always thought, yeah, we can raise it to 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, you know, but the truth is we all want to get compensated. And so when what you have to understand, number one, you do have value. Sometimes it's harder for you to explain that if you're new, but you do have value in the transaction. The easy part's writing the offer and getting it accepted, no offense. The hard part is getting the damn thing closed, you know? And that's where we come in, is we're in constant communication with both sides of the transaction, the title company, the lender, our buyer, our seller, inspectors, contractors, the city, you know, whatever it might be. We are constantly in motion on any transaction going all the way to the close. So we do earn our compensation. Sometimes you get an easy one, which is rare, and write the offer, everything just goes smooth as it can be, and you close and you get compensated. And there might be arguments that you got compensated too much. But the majority of them, you just get beat all the way through the thing and you finally get to the end of it, you know, and then you get compensated. And it can be a significant amount of money. But I've yet to go to my dentist or any attorney that first thing they didn't ask me for was my credit card information. You know, how are you paying for this? If it's an attorney, they say, you know what, we want a retainer. Up front, they haven't even done anything yet. Most of us don't ask for that. Now you can in your agency contract as buyer's agents, or they've got it in there as a retainer or compensation that you can receive. I did that for a little while when I was at Carroll Jones because they made us. I choose not to do that, but I perfectly understand why people do charge compensation. Additional compensation. Number one, not split with the brokerage. It goes straight to you minus royalties if you've already paid your royalties, it just goes straight to you. And you do all that work. I mean, Lene and Abby and I worked together we've got some people under contract right now. It's a contingency, unfortunately. But they've got their house on the market. 3 years we've been working with them. 3 years, and we've written contracts and, you know, it's just, it hadn't happened. So, you know, I mean, we spent a lot of money on them. And this one right here, this is a contract we're gonna go through that I'm gonna use kind of as a guide. The Shaws, 3 years with them, and we wrote multiple offers. She was 84 years old, lost her husband. I mean, we just went on and on and on. We just did everything. And showing farms, if you've ever shown a farm, it's not like you go in, you walk around the house and you're done. You know, it takes a long time. It'll take a half a day. So I don't think we ever saw more than one property in a day. You know, 3 or 4 hours, you can just count on it. So anyhow, a year or two. I mean, I probably had 2,000 miles on my truck just showing her property. So, I mean, what's the going rate now on mileage?
Is it 53?
How much?
I think it might be 53.
I think it's higher than that.
Is it like 64?
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty high. Anyhow, I'd have made some money.
Yeah.
I didn't make any money. Point is, so the reason I wanted to show you this is I want you to go through this and look at it and be aware of the changes that were made. Turn that page around there. Forms and revisions, mid-year update. And you can actually go into the MR and get in there and see this same form, but you've got it physically. You just gotta read good and look at it and say, okay, well, what the heck is this? Salary disclosure statement for residential property on the 3rd page. They just said that they added one section there. And all they did is said, are there any one-time fees that are due upon transfer? We're seeing that a lot, like in Lakes at Wild Horse. I think on every time you have to pay a flat fee of $250 or something. A lot of them going in. Not on just new construction, I'm talking about all the way through the process. Anyhow, that's why you have this group of documents. It's just as a guide for you, okay? You have this group of documents, the residential sale contract, which is probably gonna come out unchanged on the 29th. It is not that much different than the current residential contract. That's what I want you to know more than anything else. Okay? What's the biggest addition that you've seen? We've already talked about it. To check the box for a rider for compensation agreement rider. And then also
The inclusions, second page is big.
yeah, they added documents too. It's gonna be 10 pages, I think, the contract versus
Wow.
8. Well, they said they increased the font size. I can't tell it.
I'm proud of that because,
I am too.
yeah, I
Can you
mean,
tell a little bit?
I can tell, definitely.
But that's good. And then they added the electrical vehicle chargers stations because there are some people that are doing that. And so if you do that, you can't take them with you is basically what they're saying. It would be pretty clear anyway, because you know they're attached. But at the same time, they're making it clear that here it is. This should be included in the transaction. You don't have to write it in there. Okay, so everybody's good there? Yeah.
I don't think I've heard much talk about how this affects commercial as well. Like
Well, the thing
yours
with
has always kind of been different anyway.
commercial, we don't have, I mean, if it's in the MLS, you would have had compensation shown. But a lot of commercial property, you don't even find it on the MLS and the GSPOR. So you've almost always had to ask them up front. You've had to go to the SVN or Murray and say, do we need a compensate or a cooperating fee agreement? And it's, in my opinion, it's your best bet if you're writing an offer on something, you include a cooperation agreement between the brokers. when you make that offer, because then you know right up front whether you're getting compensated or not. We're typically pretty good about it, but they don't have to, because there's nothing in their listing or in the contract that says they have to compensate you. I imagine, I'm not sure if this is going to be included in the commercial contract or not. So you'd certainly need this cooperation agreement between brokers if you're gonna write a commercial transaction.
If anything, they've probably been doing it first because they just negotiated it up front rather than really posting it on MLS.
Well, commercial's just always been a different duck.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be on the MLS. Number one, they think it's silly to pay those fees monthly and then have a bunch of residential brokers trying to sell a 30,000 square foot warehouse building, which is dumb. Shouldn't do that. Or one of the big buildings downtown, the 1111 building, whatever they call that thing down there, that's got 10 floors of residential and then
Yeah.
2 floors of commercial and then a lease space in the basement and then separate parking. It's just really a complicated mess that a residential agent should never do. And I think if you were here yesterday or Tuesday when Carrie was talking, in commercial, numbers. It's all about numbers. It either works or it doesn't. In residential, it's all about emotion. Oh, I just love it. I love the way it looks. It's got character and charm and blah, 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 blah.
So cute.
You don't hear a commercial broker, you walk in and go, can we modify this space to get another 15 people in here? Not, I like the carpet or I like the lighting or anything like that. They never, it's nothing about that. It's all about, will it fit the needs of their commercial buyer that's looking for X? And sometimes it can, sometimes it can't. All right, so as we go through the contract then, it wouldn't be a bad idea, since you got both of them, to have them side by side and kind of see where you're at with those. So again, they said they moved a few things. Well, they did. If you look at this contract, you can see they moved this to the second page. This whole section is gone from the first page of that copy of the contract that you got. And you still got the other contract, right? Okay. All right, but here's where we start with the buyer. And what you have to understand on these buyers is that Adam Brown, do we know if he's married or single?
Well, we had to ask.
We don't know. It would be good in a situation like that, if you're working with a client, an individual, male or female, or a pronoun of some type, that you put in there, Adam Brown, ASP, a single person. Because in this case, he is a single person. Now, he's engaged, but that doesn't mean anything to deeds, does it? Say no. It doesn't mean anything. He's just engaged. So Adam Brown is a buyer, a single person. And what you're doing is you're telling everybody, you're telling the lender, you're telling the title company, here's his status. Because if he's married, could he buy this house by himself?
Yeah, but it's still.
He
Perhaps,
could,
too.
he could buy it by himself, but the lender's probably going to require him to have his wife sign the deed, right? And the loan paperwork. Yeah. All right, so, and the buyer could be a corporation. It could be Kelby Lane Inc. It could be Convoy of Hope. It could be a trust. It could be the Norman and Linda J. Shaw Living Trust. The only thing to remember is it doesn't matter if it's a corporate or an entity name up here. It has to be somebody with real blood signing on whatever that last page is going to be. I think it's going to be page 9 now, or 8, whatever it's going to be. When you sign that, it can't be Kelby Lane Inc. You have to sign it James L. Bolin. It has to be somebody with blood running through their veins that signs. Good. Look, I'm not sure what the hell he's talking about here.
We're getting a visual of blood running through their veins versus no blood running through the veins person.
Well, think of a transformer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Got energon, but he doesn't have any blood.
Doesn't even blood going through.
But the deal is I have a corporation, it's called Kelby Lane Incorporated. Well, if I'm buying something that I want to put, it's a business purchase, I'm gonna put Kelby Lane Inc. up there. But I or my wife are gonna have to sign at the bottom. It can't be Kelby Lane Inc. signing. It will be, but not really. All right, and then we have to have a common address. You can see here on line 4 where they've got the municipality. You're better off just putting Springfield or Ozark or Nix or whatever they want in there, because some of the companies don't understand that these aren't municipalities. We're actually cities. If you went to St. Louis, you've got Chesterfield and Ladue. Those are all municipalities. We don't have that. Springfield, just stick it in there. And then a common address, and make sure that you put the county in there. The key thing here is whatever that suffix is, make sure you get that accurate. If it's street, make sure you put street on there. If it's avenue, put avenue. If it's circle, circle, whatever else there could be. You need to put that there, especially on government loans. And then occasionally we'll have legal descriptions attached, but it's typically with larger parcels, 1 to 5,000 acres. If you've got a survey, you want to attach it. If you attach it, you have to check the box, and then you have to get initials from both parties. Inclusions and exclusions, you get into trouble on these all the time. Try not to if you can help it. They've added some. That's why I said if you can just kind of stay with us on the contract, it'll be on page 2 now. The ones that cause problems a lot of times are attached antennas and TV mounts. The TV mounts are supposed to stay because it damages the wall when you take them off. Propane tanks. If you see propane tank, then you need to start asking questions a lot. Is it owned or leased? And if it is leased, who's the provider? And you'll know later in the contract, I think it used to be paragraph 23, not sure anymore. But line 266 and 267 says, look, any on-site fuel has to be paid for at closing by the buyer. Microwave ovens, we don't have any problems with that. They typically, if they're built in, we know they stay. Just make sure you know they're built in, but you don't see refrigerators there. So down here, to avoid misunderstanding, list below is included or excluded any items which may be subject to question. And he gives examples such as refrigerators, TVs, electronics, washer, dryer, and appliances. It's the same in the new contract, except that they've added a couple items, one of them being the
Electrical.
electric vehicle thing.
Electrical vehicle.
And they took out radiator shields because we don't see many of those around here. You can see here on this contract behind the offer, they want the cooktop, which is electric, but it's actually attached, but that's okay. The dishwasher attached, but they're just CYA, the double oven, which is built into the cabinet, that's okay. And then they want the refrigerator, which wasn't built in, and they could have it. But they had to ask for it in writing. He's up here, it says, this contract, not a seller's disclosure statement, not the MLS detail sheet, or any promotion material, provide for what's included in the sale. And you see these really sweet looking pictures, professionally done, and you'll see that refrigerator, and it just makes you think it goes with the house, right? It's in the kitchen. It doesn't go there. And so you need to realize that, and you've got to write it in, and if you don't write it in, then you're gonna walk in there and there's gonna be a big hole there and your buyer's gonna say, where's the refrigerator? So it's a question to ask your buyers, right? Do you want the refrigerator? I write in there when I write it, stainless steel refrigerator currently in the kitchen. Because I've got a green one in the garage that holds beer. And that's not the one I want them to leave. I want them to leave the stainless steel refrigerator in the kitchen with the double doors and all of that stuff. And then all the things that you would exclude. Look what it repeats down here. propane tank. Because it's not owned by the seller. In this case, there isn't one, but you need to make sure you address that propane tank. And I kind of skipped over solar panels because I don't know, there's such, I know it makes good sense. We want to save the earth and all that. But if you put $50,000 in solar panels on your house, they're not worth $50,000 in value. They don't increase the value. Appraisers give them little or no value. And if you paid $50,000 for those $50,000 in solar panels, and now your electric is zero, and you were paying $200 a month before that, it's going to take you 24 years before you pay those off. And my question is, are they still going to be working in 24 years? Well, the other question is the roof still going to last 24 years? So what happens if you have to replace the roof? What do you do with the solar panels if you're replacing the roof? I mean, those are just questions I have. I don't have any solar panels on my house. Do you pull the solar panels off, replace the roof? Is that an extra charge? So who does that? Does a roofer do that? Or do you call in the solar company and they charge you a separate fee? Most of them that I've seen, they still have a note on them. And so you're selling a $150,000 house with $30,000 in solar panels, and it's a separate note. And your buyer can't afford that. They can afford a $150,000 house, but not $30,000 more in debt. And most of the sellers don't want to pay them off at closing because then that cuts into their net, their bottom line. So if you see solar panels, you better ask a bunch of questions. Are they owned? Are you paying them off at closing? Is there a note on it? Is that note assumable? What's the monthly payment? Blah, blah, blah.
What about water softeners?
Water softeners, we see them. It's not as big a deal. But if you see one, if they've got one, and as an agent, if you're listing the house, if they've got one, you should put in there that it's owned or leased. If it's leased, that means they can take it with them, or you can continue the lease. If it's owned, they can't, it's supposed to stay because it is attached. All right, we're good there? Excluded items. Now, it sounds silly, but you really ought to think about this because some people don't want that shed that's falling down in the backyard. But some people do want that shed. And if it's not on concrete and attached, if it doesn't have a foundation, it's portable. It doesn't stay. And the swing set doesn't stay either. And the above ground swimming pool. Now, the in-ground stays, but the above ground doesn't.
Even if you had to do like
deck?
excavation, like
Yeah.
it's like a over $10,000 pool and you paid like.
It's still
20.
portable. So what would you do? I mean, what do you
I
do
mean,
if,
it's partially in the ground,
what do
right?
you do though, if you're protecting your clients?
I know.
You write it in the contract to include the above ground pool currently in the backyard
I guess you're asking, do you wanna take care or do you wanna mess with it or not?
and all equipment that goes along with the pool. But we sold one in Southwest Springfield where they took the pool. My clients didn't want the pool. Had a beautiful deck built around it. They wanted the deck, they just didn't want the pool. And so they just took the pool. So if you want it, what should you do? If it's in ground, concrete, it's not going anywhere, it's attached.
Yeah.
If it's above ground in any way, it's portable. So write it in the contract. All right, the purchase price on this house was $540,000. They offered more money because there were a bunch of different offers out there. But I mean, it's pretty simple. It's straightforward, but the problem I always have, or the question I always get from agents is, how do we determine what to offer?
Comparables? Comparables?
Yeah, CMA is a good idea. How do we determine what we offer?
Buyer determines.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, somebody finally did it. The buyer's the one who determines what you offer, not the agent. The agent likes to think they do. And I mean, we have this conversation because I still sell. I told you that. And we had one last week where, you know, what should we offer? And I said, here's a comparative market analysis. It looks to me like it's priced well. There had been other houses in the subdivision that had sold, you know, for that around the same price it was listed for. And he goes, I want to go in at, let's say, 285 or 275, $25,000 less than it's listed for. And I said, my recommendation would be no, that you don't do that, because here's the CMA that I provided for you, which you can do in 5 or 10 minutes. And it shows this house is probably priced right. Now, they can do one of three things. They can accept it, which I'm going to guess, I'm almost going to bet they won't do that. Number two, they can counter, which means what? No. Or they can just reject your offer. If they reject your offer and you come back with a different offer later, we may be too late by then. So my suggestion is that you make a competitive offer now. We did a little bit better anyhow. We ended up, we're under contract. But we had to get a counter back, but we didn't start 25,000 less either. And it had been reduced $35,000 too. I mean, there's those other factors in there that they need to look at too. In this case, this was just a house that came on the market, it's a great area, great house, on an acre in town, southeast. So probably if anything, it's priced a little cheap. But they offered 542. Look, they asked for no seller concessions. Now, in the past and currently, seller concessions are what's applied to the buyer's closing costs. And it's typically mostly their loan fees or fees associated with the loan, including the appraisal or the inspections. Going forward, though, that concessions right here, what would the commission be on this in a typical environment for the buyer's agent?
Just the sales price, so they
Right,
have.
what would the commission be though? Times 3, it'd be approximately 15,000, right?
Mhm.
Do your head.
Mhm.
It's easy. Any agent after they've been in the business more than a minute goes, okay, 15,000, I can use that, I'm selling this one. So it's 15,000. So after July 29th, this contract may have been written 542,000 with $15,000 in concessions. And then on special agreements would have been seller agrees to pay the buyer from concessions, $15,000 in commissions.
So were you saying we're gonna have to add our commission in the concessions?
Unless you have this,
Okay. Got it.
or you do this,
Okay.
or it can be paid out of concessions
Okay.
going after the 29th, which we've never had that before. And again, I don't know if you were here yet, but you were never allowed to put any commission or cooperating fee agreement in concessions. And because of the changes on the national level, they've had to make changes. But the MRAC hasn't changed that yet. So anyhow, I think that's what you're gonna have to do. But, so if you didn't have one of these and you didn't know what the fee was and you did want to get paid, and the house was listed at 540,000, then you could base your commission off of that and say, I want to get 15,000 or 16,200. Right? And you could put it right in the concessions, and then on the special agreements page, on page 7 or 8, depending on where it's going to be in the new contract, seller agrees to pay the buyer's agent or the cooperating broker 16,200 in commissions from seller's concessions. Now that's going forward. Today, that's not how it is, okay? Because we can look at the MLS today on this same listing, if it was listed, and see what the compensation is, so we don't even have to ask for it. All right, earnest money, they put down some earnest money. Earnest money is the craziest thing. People fight over it all the time, and I'm not sure why. So we had this week an agent selling a client's property, and they had an offer on it. And then so they wrote an offer, the sellers, on another property to buy. And they put down $3,000 in earnest money. The first contract, the lead contract, fell apart. Well, they had a contingent on the successful close, not going to close now. So the contract terminated. So they sent over a mutual lease, said, we'd like to have earnest money back. Seller goes, no, I'm keeping it. Well, the contract's clear. It says, if the contract terminates due to no fault of the buyer, then the buyer should get his earnest money back without penalty. But you still gotta have a mutual release signed by both parties. And so, anytime one falls apart, you're at risk if you have earnest money, getting that money back easily. And the agent, we've discussed it, he sent some emails and said, look, the contract's clear, they should get their money back. One of their brokers chimed in and goes, we're looking at it. There may have been some issues here. There's no issues. This contract, the first one, fell apart. Didn't close. So because of that, the buyer's contract didn't close. So it's terminated. There's really no issues. But he's trying to make up some issues so it can justify the fact that they can either keep all the earnest money or split it. Which to me, when I sent him a firmly worded note saying, do the right thing. How would, if your sellers, tell your sellers to put themselves in these buyers' shoes, and what would they do then? Anyhow, earnest money, you can put as much or as little as you want. It's not required to make a contract go, but it sometimes helps you get a contract accepted if you have earnest money. Because it looks like you've got a stronger contract, but you're still gonna have the same thing if it fails. Now, on line 25 on this contract and on the existing contract, it talks about where we're gonna close this at, where's the earnest money gonna go, and that's the first chance for you to name the title company. You skip the next paragraph talking about additional earnest money. Just know that if you do have earnest money, it's gotta be delivered to the title company in a timely manner, either 5 or 10 days. I always put 10 in that blank because I want to give my buyer time to get it over there. If they don't get it over there, the seller can terminate the contract. Just like that. Says it right there in the contract. That's their first and only shot really for the seller to terminate the contract. Then we get to closing, and subject to the terms of this contract, and it's pretty clear, this sale will be closed. Now look what close is. Unconditional release and exchange of the deed for the purchase price, together with all the documents and funds required by the contract. That's the closing. So the funds are the key, right? We've all had, if you've been in the business for long, you've had a seller sign maybe in the morning, and then the buyer come back in the afternoon. We don't have a closing, even after the buyer signs. We don't have a closing until funding. That's when you're funded and closed. And that's when now they're using electronic deed recording, so it gets recorded almost immediately. So we're good. This is where you decide where you're gonna close though, if you don't have earnest money. And if you're new to the business, you're gonna have to figure out what title companies you're going to use. If you're out of the area, you're better off in Bolivar using Polk County Title. If you're in Marshfield, there's 2 up there, I think Great American and D.D. Hamilton. If you're in Ava, I think it's Ava Land and Title. If you're in Springfield, you got a bunch of choices. And you really need to decide, because your client's gonna ask you, you're gonna ask them, where would you like to close this at? And unless they are real estate people that are constantly in the business, they won't have a clue. They really won't. So in this case, the buyer's agent closes Hogan Land and Title with Ashley McBride, and so that's who she put down there. When it says closing agent, you don't have to have the name of the person. We're just talking about the company. She did add the name. And then you have to have the location though, because Hogan has multiple locations, just like Great American Title and Meridian. Maple Legal Land and Title has one here and one in Ozark, I think. So you've got to have that location, that address. I wouldn't have to. She could have just put Sunshine Street, Springfield, and that would have worked too, because there's only one, but she's got the correct address. And then the closing date. Now this is again, who decides the closing date?
Probably the lender.
The lender is probably the best choice, really, and hopefully you've already had a conversation with the lender on this, because the lender is the one that really drives this as much as anybody else. Your buyers are going to tell you, you're going to say, when do you want to close? And they're going to say, soon as possible. Soon as possible. But they're probably gonna have to, go through the loan process, and it's gonna be 30 to 45 days. In this case, they just picked a date. We didn't care. Okay? Now, this is all still on the front page of the new contract, right? Now we go to the second page of the new contract, and now here's where we find all these items that stay with the property. And again, they wanted to enlarge the font. They wanted to keep this on the front page because it really is the most important part of the contract. Okay, so staying on this contract, possession of keys delivered to buyer at closing. Says brokers aren't responsible for delivery of keys, but we all do it if there are any. And then reset the factory setting all codes and passwords. Most people don't do that. They can, but they don't. But if you've got ring or the electronic or the push button doorknobs, you know, you need to make sure that that information goes to the buyer when they get there. And then attaching a rider to be transferred any time other than closing. Possession prior is not a good thing. Okay, that's still on the front page of the new contract too. Possession after closing is not a good thing either. Because if I pay you $540,000 for a house, I don't want you to get to stay in it. You know, I want my house. So both of those are not, I don't think they're good. If you do decide, or your clients decide they need that, they ask for it, and you agree to it, make sure you're very clear on everything. Who's got insurance? You know, who's paying for this? Who's paying for that? I do like the limited purpose entry by buyer prior to closing. I really like that one. So if I'm moving across town and I'm moving from a 2,000 square foot house, downsizing to 1,500 or 1,200 square feet, you know, I'm gonna be getting rid of a lot of stuff, but I'd really like to get rid of all my, or move all my small stuff to the new house, especially if it's vacant. So if I know it's vacant, or maybe I don't know it's vacant, I might ask for that third car garage or one of the garage bays. And say, all I want, you know, the week of closing, if everything's good, we're through the inspection, repairs are done, all of that, lender says we're good to go, I'd like to have that third bay for my client to just move stuff in. You know, if it's vacant, you know, per whatever schedule or using the garage code, and she won't go into the house, she's not gonna move any furniture. Because you get all that little stuff, all those boxes moved, and then the mover comes that day, they're in and out of there in, you know, 2-3 hours. I use this one a lot, and I like it a lot too. And if you're selling a farm, you definitely need to use this one, because you can't move everything on a farm in one day. Trailers and tractors and combines and cattle and chickens and everything else. Right, now we're going to page 2. And look at page 2 on the new contract. Totally different, because it's got all of the inclusions, exclusions on page 2. Okay, I mean, I just want you to see the difference going forward, so you don't walk in on the 30th of July and go, what the happened? You know, so you're aware of that, you're prepared for it. There may be some other tweaks in here before we get it done, but you can see it's not much. And they've already talked about it in these documents, so you can go through it and say, okay, yeah, I know exactly what happened here. I'm smart, I'm prepared. But for the next 30 days, we get to page 2, it's going to talk about sell appraisal and financing contingencies. And in this case, the contract's not contingent on the sale of another property, which is good, because all we're going to be contingent on is a loan maybe. But if the contract is contingent, and this isn't going to change in the new contracts, if it is contingent, you're going to have one of two things: a contingency for the close or contingency for the sale. Contingency for the close is not a bad deal if it's already under contract, right? That's not a bad deal. And if they're through inspections, it's really good. That's pretty solid. Contingency for sale, though, the property may not even be on the market. So those are questions that you've got to ask the other agents. You got to say, okay, it's a contingency for sale. I see the rider. Here's the address, but I looked it up and it's not on the market, or I don't see it yet. And I say, well, we're going to put it on the market tomorrow. We won't be accepting this. We're going to counter this. And as soon as you get it back on the market, we like your terms. We like the conditions of the contract. But without it being on the market, we really don't want to risk being off the market even a day longer than we have to. You're going to find this as the inventory grows. You're going to have properties that last that full 6 months that you list. And it's going to be tough on you people that are not, hadn't been in the business a long time. Me, I used to be in Branson. We had listings that had birthdays. We go a full year. You'd be thinking, God, please don't relist. Please don't relist. Anyhow, there's a rider for both of these. And if you check one of these, this box right here, you're going to have one of those two riders. You're going to have one of the two. Make sure you have the right one. Make sure that if it's already under contract, that your closing dates either match up or you want the buyer's house to close first so they can bring the money. Section B on the appraisal contingency, I'm still going to suggest to you that in this blank on this line 63, that you put in there, if it's a 30-day closing, you got 25 in there at least. And if it's a 45-day closing, that you put 40 in there at least. Because the appraisals don't always come back in a timely manner. And you can't protect your client. So let's say we had an appraisal contingency, which we do on this one. But they use 25 days. Let's say on day 26, the appraisal come back at 500,000. That's $42,000 difference, you know. I wouldn't want my buyer client to have to buy it. But if you miss this deadline, the appraisal contingency deadline, then the buyer's got to buy it at that price. If I have 40 days in there and it comes back at 540 on day 38, or what did I say? 500 on day 38, now I can send an appraisal notice which says, here's a copy of the appraisal. It appraised at 500. My client wants you to reduce it to 500. That's all the banks, the banks could be loaning on that number, not the contract price.
What if you've got 25 days, the appraisal comes back low, day 26, but in the special agreements, you have appraisal contingency to run through closing? I know they're kind of contradictory by giving the
It is
number, but
contradictory.
then having the special agreements.
I see
I've seen
people
that.
write that in the special agreements all the time, that all contingency deadlines to
Run through
extend through closing, yeah.
Does that hold
Yeah, I
weight?
think it does.
Okay,
I don't like it, because you're creating law.
right, you're
You're
right.
changing the language of the contract, but if you do it, it should be acceptable. Because if everybody sees it and signs off on it, and there's no numbers in these blanks, you should be fine. So did you hear what she said? She's gonna write in there, all contingencies, contract contingencies to extend through closing, not run through closing, extend through closing. And you've got to remember this, though, if you have to extend the closing, you need to extend that too.
Even if you just use the word closing?
I mean, that would just be CYA stuff. You know? So if it comes in less, we send them an appraisal notice. They don't agree. They've got 5 days to make a decision, the seller, on what they're going to do. Am I going to reduce the price, split the difference, say no, or the buyer can terminate the contract without penalty? Okay? Or the buyer can say, I don't care. I like the house. I'm going to pay $42,000 more than what it appraised for. Which during that craziness, last couple of years, we had that. Financing contingency on C. It's not contingent on financing. So I can still finance a part of it. And like if I'm buying an investment property, I might check that box and just say, look, it's basically a cash purchase. And I've got the cash to purchase it. But I might want to finance some of it just so I don't have to use all my cash, because I want to use that to pay for all the remodel or the flip or whatever it might be. You probably on a high-end purchase where they say it's not contingent on financing, you're gonna probably want the pre-approval or a letter, a proof letter saying that they've got the funds, whether it's a letter from their financial representative or whatever, a bank, somebody, you're gonna want something, and it needs to look official. It can't be on a napkin. And then non-conventional, if it's non-conventional, that doesn't change in the new contract. That's a government type loan, and you're going to have a document attached. One of those, MSC 2011R, MSC 2012R, MSC 2013R. Okay, and the loan contingency deadline, now she said, Nancy has said, I'm just gonna write in there, all contingencies extend through closing. And you might be specific about appraisal and financing. But on this one, I still, if I'm gonna write in a date on line 80, on this contract, on your existing contract, I'm gonna put in there, if it's a 40-day closing, I'm putting in 35. If it's 45, I'm putting in 40. Because the lender, what they do is they run another check a week or so before closing, and sometimes they find problems. They find medical bills that haven't been paid, or an old car loan or something, and they call you and go, oh, we got a problem. But if you're past the contingency deadline, your client's still liable to purchase, and that's what it says on line 95 and 96. If the loan contingency deadline passes without termination, the buyer remains obligated under this contract and must have available all funds required to close. That can be a scary deal for your buyer. So you want to avoid that if you can. Now, I agree on this one. On the next section there, when you fill out the little blanks, I really think you should put in something in the blanks. Now, you don't have to fill them all out. One they've got here is the loan amount is 80% of the purchase price. So that's a nice little down payment he's putting down. But you don't have to put the number in there because that's harder to figure. We're not that smart. But you could put in there, I don't want the loan rate to exceed a certain amount. All you're doing there is protecting your buyer. So if the current rate is what, 6.5, 6.75? Anybody know? You should know every day. Let's say it's 6.75. Then I'm going to talk to the lender and say, what happens if it goes to 7%? And they'll probably go, they can't buy. Right? Because most buyers don't have this big cushion in here. They don't have another 100,000 in the bank. So I want to protect my buyer. So if the rate goes over that, they've got an out, a legitimate legal out. And then the amortization term is most likely always going to be 30 years, unless we go into a recession and it gets worse, Now, if for some reason you get a notice, an affidavit from the bank saying that they can't, and you're still within the loan contingency deadline, and you send notice to the seller saying that here it is, the bank says no, we're terminating the contract without penalty to the buyer. Okay, good? All right, title of the survey is easy. All right, you get the contract, you send it to the title company. And if it's a good title company, they'll have you a title commitment within 10 days, most of the time. I mean, because most of these transactions have occurred before, so they already have some work on them. Now, occasionally, they're gonna call you and say, hey, we sent the title commitment, but there's a problem. It appears to us that the house that you're trying to sell encroaches on the house next to it. And then you've got to start working on it. I mean, my first suggested situation like that is get a survey. What'd you do? Just go to the title company?
They both have been talking to each other now. They agree we have insurance, and so it's fine. They went, the one insurance company went all the way, the house was built 1916. They went all the way to 1924 and it shows that it's okay. But this title company is saying, no, it's not.
Well, and again, that's why I said, hey, they're using the overlay of CRS to
Right.
determine that. You can't do that. You really, I mean, if there is a question, you need to get a survey.
Yeah.
Anyhow, they send it to you, but the good title company is gonna say, hey, we got a problem, whether it's an easement, an encroachment, chain of title issue, grandma died and it didn't get signed off properly. There's
Typo.
2 more people on the title, there's 10 more people on the title. Whatever there might be, the title company is the one that's gonna help you and protect you, so that's why you have to go to a good title company. You have to be able to trust your title company all the time. And then, of all these choices, to save time, just choose C. That's the one that you should choose. A contract's supposed to be fair and balanced, you know what I mean? So fair and balanced is, in this case, the seller's gonna pay for the search and his closing costs associated with that. Buyer's gonna pay title insurance to protect him during his ownership. The seller already has title insurance going back, so it's protected up to closing. Now, if the buyer wants to be protected, he needs to be out buying insurance going forward. That's what C is. Everything else is weighted either towards the seller or weighted towards the buyer. And if you want to be balanced and fair, you should choose C. Okay? We used to get surveys on everything. We don't do that anymore. In the late 90s, they quit requiring them. But up until the late 90s, we had to get a survey on everything. So I'm not sure exactly why it changed, except I think they had enough data that they had already protected themselves. Most of the transactions we do are resale properties, have already had title insurance on them once already. So that's the way they look at it. I don't know if it's the best way to look at it or not. Here's the deal though, your buyer has the right to get a survey if they want to, but you can't get one done in 20 days or 25 days. You need 45 days minimum, and that's if you're lucky. So if you're gonna get a survey, if your buyer wants one, then you should put probably a little longer closing date on there, and you should extend your loan contingency, and you should extend your appraisal contingency and everything. If they get a survey and the survey shows that there's issues, for example, I'm buying 20 acres, but it's only 15 on the survey. I'm buying 20 acres, but there's sinkholes all over the property that didn't show up. I'm buying 20 acres, but there's 2 easements that run like this across the property. Then what happens is the buyer has the right, because they've discovered these issues with the title, discrepancies, to tell the seller, I want these corrected before closing. Well, if I was paying for 20 acres at the price of acreage right now, I mean, I've seen it as high as 20,000 an acre. And I'm only getting 15, that's $100,000. I don't want to be paying, right? So I'm gonna ask them to correct that. If they say no, I can terminate the contract without penalty. If there's an easement that's unrecorded, then I want them to correct that. You know, go to the title company, work with them, get it removed if it can be removed. Maybe there's a street that runs through there, but that street has never been used. You could have the street vacated, but you've got to go through planning, zoning, all that. I want them to do it. I don't want to do it. But if they say no, then I can terminate the contract without penalty, but I can also charge the seller for the survey. Did you know that? Now you know.
The seller?
Yeah, because they were the ones, you had to get a survey and you had every intention to close, but then they came up with issues in the title commitment.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
Because that's what it is, it's an issue in the title commitment. They can't transfer good title without these issues being corrected, because they said they had 20 acres, they got 15. Well, that's not the same as 20. They got these easements. They got this vacated street that's not been vacated properly. Whatever there might be. They got a federal tax lien. But anyhow, if the survey shows it and then the seller goes, I'm not fixing anything, and the contract terminates, the buyer can now charge the seller for the survey. It's right there in the contract. You have to trust me. All right, good. somewhere in there.
Line 125.
Yeah, 125, there it is.
125, yeah.
Any defect objected to causes a failure of marketable title, then seller shall be liable for any survey, title, inspection, and appraisal costs or charges paid for or incurred by the buyer. I mean, it's right in the contract. So it's not like you take it to an attorney and they go, oh, I don't know if you got a good case or not. And you say, hell, it's right there in the contract. Line 125 says it's them, 124, 125. Thank you for finding that. They bury all this stuff. See, things like that should be capitalized, shouldn't it? And in bold. All right, inspections. Here's what I want you to look at, is that, look what it says right there in the beginning. The property is being sold in its present condition with no warranties expressed or implied, except as may be given to the buyer in writing. What does that mean?
If something wrong with the house, you had to.
No. I mean, yeah, but, I mean, what is that saying to you? We're selling the house how? As is. That's what it's really saying right there. As is. So, well, maybe they're not, but that's what that says. And so your buyer needs to be aware of that. And what it goes on to say, which we couldn't do, is that, you know, if you run into things you think problems or issues, you should look at that in your offering price. In other words, it's 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, but that third bedroom is like 8 by 8. And the closet's basically non-existent. You know what? I mean, I don't think it's worth 250,000. So I'm gonna make an offer of 215 because it's not what I thought I was buying. Okay, or I'll offer 250, but you've got to expand the bedroom by 4 feet on each side before closing. Using a qualified contractor
Tomorrow.
and approval with the city and the county. But the point is that you've got to realize that now that we're in kind of a normal market, that you go in eyes wide open. If you see something, you should write in the contract. You know, the door glass is broken on the front door. Write in the contract for the seller to repair that. Don't wait for an inspector to find it. There's a hole in the damn ceiling. Write it in the contract. You go into the back bedroom where the 35-year-old son lives, and it's all black walls and black ceiling, black, what do you call those lights? Black lights and all that nonsense, and it smells like Magahuchi, you know, and you go, whoa, you know. And so you write in the contract, seller to replace carpet in third bedroom, paint the walls a neutral color and paint the ceiling white. Just write it right in the contract. Because an inspector's gonna look in that, what are they gonna say? Unless it's broken, it's cosmetic. But I don't wanna buy the house like that. I don't wanna move my 15-year-old daughter into that room and have her live in that mess while, you know, while we're trying to fix it. If we're moving all at the same time, let's get it done before closing. So write it into the offer. We can do that now, right? We can ask for new carpet. We could ask for repairs to the siding. We can ask for all of that prior to the inspections. Now, also, we're going to go down to inspection reports in a minute, inspections, but I want you to know that it goes on to say in here that the buyer can do their own inspections, or they can hire an inspector. They can do their own inspections or hire an inspector. That freaks people out sometimes when the buyer says he'll do his own inspections. It's fine. But if he's going to provide an inspection notice, then he's got to provide an inspection report of some kind. Now, it could be handwritten on toilet paper, but it has to be in writing. And you would suggest to your buyer that's doing this inspection, you should take photos too to show them what you want done. Hopefully, you'll counsel them and they will get an inspector and he will do a professional job and provide you with 70 pages of CYA stuff. And there's only 2 things on there that need fixed. All right, on 7B, this is that paragraph that a lot of people used to refer to as the buyer remorse paragraph. Because if you put in there 5 days, it really does give you a free pass to terminate a contract for any reason. That says, well, you can check this and you check that and you check this and you check that, and you can. But it also doesn't say what you can't check. So we've had over the course of the years that's been in the contract, mother-in-laws come in and say, I can't believe you bought in this neighborhood. You know, is there any way you can get out of this contract? Yeah. And all you gotta do is send an email. Well, you can send a rider or a notice, but all you have to do is send an email saying, my buyer client has reviewed the data per the contract 7B and is terminating the contract.
But
We've
you
had
know, in the market that
buyers.
used to be crazy, we couldn't afford to put any dates there. It was always zero. Or
Yeah.
your offer will go,
I think, you know, I mean, there's a legitimacy to it, but now that the market's a little more balanced, you should have your buyer start doing their due diligence
Yeah.
themselves beforehand. Rather than in the past, and we didn't have the time to do anything, nobody did. I get it. But this one, if there was some way to write that you can't just change your mind, but they can't write that. But that's what's happened a lot of times. People have changed their mind. They've gone in and within the 5-day period, another house beside their best friend just came on the market. It's perfect. So they terminate the contract.
If you were to get two offers, one with 0 there, one with 5, you might go with the 0,
Yeah.
Right.
obviously.
Yeah, especially if the terms and conditions are pretty close to the same. But typically what we do when we receive it is we counter it. You know, not always. I might just call the other agent and say, look, I really like this offer, but you need to put a 0 on that blank. So, you know, just resend it. You know, go to your client, tell him, you know, send it back to him, put a 0 in there, an initial, I don't care how you do it, but just get a 0 in there. We're gonna do the same thing at our office, our space, regarding the inspections. But yeah, that's one to be aware of. Now, if you're representing your buyers, do you want the 5 days? Yeah. Just so you can drive around, see if you can find another house. Maybe one that offers compensation. I'm just kidding on that, kidding that.
You got a good point, though.
Inspection reports, the buyer may at his option, this is C, and expense, obtain written inspection reports, but he also says he can do it. He can also do an appraisal. No bank would accept it, but he could. The key to this is that on D, it says, all right, I've got to get an inspection notice to the buyer within a certain amount of time. And this, we would be on the new contract. Now we're on page 4. On this one, we're on page 3. But I put 15 days in there on paragraph D every time. I want plenty of time, number 1, to get an inspector scheduled, number 2, to review that and to have my buyer review it, that they're going to get the inspection and they're going to look good and make decisions. One of our agents yesterday came in the office and said, you know, this agent told me, I told him that they needed to send an inspection notice over and said, seller to have the siding inspected and repaired as needed. Is that the right thing to do? Is that the right thing to do? Seller to have the siding inspected and repaired as needed.
Or they wouldn't have it inspected, would it, the buyer?
The buyer, the key, that's all, I just want you to think about it. That's the only reason I stopped. It's not a trick question. The buyer is responsible for all inspections. Now, it wouldn't stop me from just saying, I get my inspection report back and it says the roof is granular loss. I could put in the inspection notice, seller to replace the roof. But I'm not gonna put in there, seller to have a qualified roofer inspect the roof and make repairs as needed. I'm gonna tell them exactly what I want done, okay? So anyhow, I said, can you believe she said that to me? And I said, well, yeah, she's right. It's the buyer's responsibility to do all the inspections. I said, she can have somebody inspect it and look at it and go, didn't need anything. I said, how bad is it? He said, it's bowed out like 6 inches. I said, well, you're screwed, buddy. You know, and nothing I can do about it, right? As a broker. No, I can't magically erase this. the fact that he doesn't understand the contract. You know it. So now if you came to me, I'd say, hey, I saw you in contract class. You know better than that. All right, so you get an inspection, and here's your job as a buyer's agent. As soon as you go under contract, you know you're under contract. My God, you ought to be scheduling that inspection right then. You know, you give your seller or your buyer the choices. Who do you want to use? And they tell you, I want to use this guy, or I want you to pick. You still say, well, I've had good luck with this one. I've had good luck with this one. Or, you know, we've had good reports for them. They'll go, okay, we'll use that one. And if not, say, if you're going to go home and think about this, I need an answer tonight or tomorrow morning early. And I want you to, you know, call and vet these people, anything you want to do, but get it done quickly. Don't wait. And I need to have that information. So immediately, no offense, it says the buyer is going to do this, but not, that never happens. I call the inspector. I'm setting the inspection up. I'm setting the time on it. And the buyer goes, you know, I'd like to be there. And I'll go, you know what? If it works into the inspector's schedule, that's how we'll do it. If not, here's what it is. It's 10 o'clock on Tuesday. And the reason being, the inspector doesn't want the buyer there. The inspector wants to do their job. They don't want me there either, right? Now, I'm supposed to attend the inspection if my buyer attends.
I usually should, you know, meet the inspector there and then leave them.
Yeah, but if the buyer is there, you're supposed to stay.
Really, I didn't know that.
You should. Well, you can just let them wander around the house. They can kick holes in the wall, break windows. They can steal all the fine jewelry. I mean, I don't know where it says that, but it's the
If the
truth.
house is empty,
If the house is vacant, you know, I probably wouldn't stay. But I'm gonna be there when the inspector gets there,
I
if
am.
my buyer is coming.
You have to give access, right?
Hmm?
You would have to provide access to the
Yeah.
house.
But a lot of the inspectors now have their own access to the houses. They have keys. They're members of the board, affiliate members, and they have super keys to get in. Right, so we get our inspection, it's huge or it's not. It has 70 pages. We go through it with our buyer, right? We don't make the decision as buyer's agents what goes on there. We talk to our buyer, we discuss it. The buyer says, I want these 10 items fixed, repaired or replaced by a qualified contractor. You don't need a master electrician to replace the switch on the wall. You don't need a master plumber for a sink leak in the kitchen. Okay, you don't need that. Qualified contractor is all you need. Provide receipts, and my buyer will reinspect. So hopefully you send that over, and it's 10 items, and the seller goes, okay, and signs it, and we're going to closing, right? Okay, but if he doesn't, you have a resolution period of 10 days. One of the things that can happen, I've asked for 10 items. Everybody see? Everybody see right here? 10 items. And the seller says, I'm gonna fix. Right? Now, there's a capitulation period where I could just terminate the contract as a buyer and go, okay, if you're not fixing anything, I'm out of here without penalty. Okay? That's a capitulation period they talk about. That's if the seller says I'm fixing nothing. If the seller says I'm fixing 5 items, then we're negotiating back and forth. And maybe you don't reach an agreement. But here's the deal, and I want you to find this. I'm going to find it too. On the page 4 now of the existing contract. Look at line 188. This should be in bold. It says, inspection notice from buyer and does not make a counter proposal, then this contract shall automatically terminate unless buyer delivers a capitulation notice. In other words, you get to the end of the resolution period and you don't have a signed agreement, then the contract terminates automatically. It's not negotiable, it's just terminates. Now, could you revive it with an amendment if all parties agree? Yes. But your buyer can go out and buy anything they want. Your seller can go back on the market and sell it anytime they want. Inspection period, I've got 15 days. So listen now, look up here real quick. Day 5, I deliver the inspection notice because my inspector was really quick, my buyer was good. Now the resolution period starts for 10 days. We go back and forth, we get to the end of the 10 days, we don't have a written agreement by both parties, signed agreement. Terminated. No penalty to the buyer. Everybody good?
If they don't respond, then it kills.
Yeah, let's say this, the seller responds on day 6 and the buyer never does anything with it. Day 10, it's done.
Automatically just done.
Do you have to have a mutual release form signed too?
To get the earnest money, but the contract's done, contract's terminated. But the earnest money is a separate issue now. That's where you get the mutual release. Okay, we good?
Did you cover 177, maybe when I was gone, 177?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to it.
Oh, okay.
I kind of want to do this thing to get it through everybody's head how the whole process works. Now, if you'll notice on 171 through 175 on the existing or 177 on the existing contract, one where you're going to be using for the next 30 days. If an inspection notice is timely given, it shall state the buyer is satisfied with all inspections. Probably not. 2, there are unacceptable conditions to be satisfied by seller. Notice it doesn't say perfectly, it says in a workmanlike manner and prior to scheduled closing date unless you have something else in writing. Or 3, buyer selects to terminate the contract. What? We just had paragraph B up there that said you could terminate the contract. Now we can terminate it again? So if you have not checked 177, then the buyer goes to the inspection, and we see this where the buyer goes, there's just too much on this report. No matter what you think as an experienced realtor, and they say on 177, or before they get to 177, I haven't checked this box, so I want to terminate the contract. Now, I encourage all of my clients to check 177. And here's why. I tell them, I say, you want to buy the house, right? And they go, well, yeah, I want to buy the house. It's okay. If there are inspection issues, we want the seller to have an opportunity to fix them. If he will, and then we'll re-inspect it. And then you'll get a better house than what you're buying today. Sorry.
I had a client after inspection decided that they didn't want to buy it because it was stucco. And we hadn't checked that and we were able to get out of the contract.
Yeah, if you don't check the box, all you gotta do is send over a termination notice. Just say, we're done. Now, that does not change in the new contract. If you're looking at that, now it's line 196. Sorry, I was delivering dirt. But it's 196 in the new contract. So it's just, everything's kind of scooted because they made the font bigger and all of that, and they've added a couple things in there. All right, on this next section on the municipal and government inspections, we don't have them in Springfield. We don't have them in the whole area. Lebanon has a $50 thing the city charges to go before you close, but we don't have them, thank goodness, because we don't have to worry about the government coming in addition to a professional who's already come in. Somebody though come in and say, oh, you got to put in all new wiring or something like that. We don't have that. So that's good.
Not even for new construction.
New construction is different. That's totally different. And it's really not what it's talking about here. On new construction, you got to get inspections,
Yeah. For
The
CO.
city.
excavation, footings, foundation, framing, rough-in plumbing, rough-in electric, I mean, everything, roof, I mean, they've got to get it. Yeah, they have inspections all along the way. I feel really good about new construction, to be honest with you, because the county and the city do a good job of inspecting properties in Christian and Greene County. I don't know about the other counties, but Christian and Greene, I know they do. I've had to build some stuff and it's not very entertaining. Okay, and home warranty, they've gotten so expensive. You know, when I first got into business, like $395. Now they're up to over 600. But at the same time, I don't know why in this new, with the new market conditions, that more buyers aren't asking for a home warranty on the house. It doesn't protect everything, but it might keep you from having to keep you from having to replace a water heater, which is over $1,000 now, or a furnace, or maybe it pays half of a furnace. Or maybe you got a plumbing leak it fixes, but I don't know why you don't ask for it, because the seller can say what? No, or yes, whatever they want to say, they could say. And it doesn't come out of concessions, it's paid separately by the seller. Or the buyer could buy one on their own. In this case, the buyer didn't provide one, or the seller didn't provide one, so the buyer acknowledges that there's not one on the house. I would have bought one on this house. I mean, this is a big house, you know, it's got 2 air conditioners, 2 furnaces, 2 water heaters, you know, just makes sense, doesn't it? Anyhow, but they were this actually was in a competitive situation. There were 5 offers, so I get it. You know, they're trying to do whatever they could do. And you'll see here in a minute what I'm talking about, maybe. Earnest money, we already talked about this. It's such a pain. Here's what happens. The earnest money goes into an escrow account. You're not getting it out without a mutual release signed by both parties, okay? It can stay there for up to 365 days before it goes back to the, or not back, but goes to the state treasurer's office, and it goes into unclaimed funds. And it stays there until heck freezes over. And if you get it out, you have to write a notarized letter signed by the buyer and the seller saying, hey, we've come to an agreement for the disbursement of this money. Well, then the state treasurer's office sends a check back to the title company, it goes into the escrow account. Guess what you gotta have? Mutual release of earnest money signed by both parties again. I mean, it's just a racket. And we end up in lawsuits and people screaming lawsuits about earnest money all the time. Paragraph 9, before you guys came in, Nancy and I were talking, the Richardsons are down in Galveston right now, and they're having devastating floods across Texas, you know, I mean, the coast. We have some of the same stuff around here, you know. And we sit on a earthquake fault. I'm sure not a lot of you are aware of that, but it's pretty darn close to us. And we do have fires and we do have tornadoes. So you can have a total loss on a property and it's under contract. If it is, the buyer has the option of saying, well, you know what? I'll take the insurance check for the contract price. Probably not a smart move because there's no house there. But they could. Or they can terminate the contract without them. And we've had it happen actually in Battlefield a few years back. There's some tornadoes in there and we had houses under contract. Some of them were just damaged and the buyers opted to have the seller fix them. But some of them weren't damaged to the point where you could live in them. All right. 253 all the way, and I don't know what it is on the other contract. I'll find it in a minute. Through 285 on the contract we're using right now. Those are seller's concessions that are typically applied to the loan. And look what it says on 284. All is approved by buyer's lender. All is approved by buyer's lender. So who gets the final say? Lender. So if I ask for $5,000 in concessions for my buyer, the lender gets to dictate that. Everything that they can take, they will take. The new contract, it starts at 281 and runs through 316.
And 312 is concessions.
Yeah, I was looking to see, it doesn't say on, if you're look at the new contract. I was hoping it said somewhere in 312 to 316. Specific to commission. It doesn't. What it says on 315 is buyer broker's fees. And before, the seller couldn't pay that out of concessions. If you look at the existing contract, which said, no, you can't do that. Here it does include that buyer's broker's fees. So that's new to the contract now. That would basically be commissions.
Yeah, because before it was just brokerage or transaction fees.
Yeah. So as of right now, you can't write commission into the concessions. On the 30th, you should be able to write commission into the concessions. I would suggest you use one of these myself, you know, to get it taken care of before then. All right, the next section on binding contract assignability in section 1031 exchange. They roll all these in together. It's a binding contract, which is obvious. That's local law, state law, and federal law, probably international law too. I mean, you sign a contract, an agreement with both parties, it's binding to both parties. The assignability section is this. You're wanting to buy a house and then all of a sudden you say, you know what, I don't like it anymore. You call Nancy, say, Nancy, I don't want to buy this house anymore. Nancy goes, well, I'll buy it. So you can assign it to Nancy just using an amendment. You can just say that all parties agree Nancy is now the buyer. Okay? 1031 exchange, this is typically to have taxes, liabilities pushed into the future at some point. If you get to that, that's usually on investment properties. You really need to talk to a broker and to a title company that does 1031 exchanges. And you better be familiar with it, because if you mess it up, it could cost your client thousands. So for example, I buy a duplex for $100,000 in Ozark. I keep it for 5 years. I slick it up. I'm getting big rents on it. Now, because the market's changed, I get 300,000. If my base is 100,000, then the capital gains tax is taxed on $200,000 in profit at 21%. So that's $42,000 in additional taxes. But I go, oh, I don't want to do that. I'm going to do a 1031 exchange and buy another property, an investment property of some kind, even if it's a farm, and it's got to be the same value or higher. And then I'm avoiding those 42,000 in taxes.
From the proceeds from the last sale.
Mm-hmm. But they can never be touched by you. It's a process that the title company really has to be really slick on, and you never get to touch your money. So you sell the duplex, you close on it, you sign all the papers, it goes into a 1031 account, and then that money funds that next purchase, but you never touch it. If you touch it, then you owe the $42,000 in taxes.
You just own more real estate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good way to do it. I mean, people have done it forever, where they buy a duplex and they, you know, then they sell it and get a fourplex, and then they sell it. You Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you ever read that one? Or Poor Dad, Rich Dad, whatever it is. If you ever read that, that's all he did. He just kept going up, and then he ended up with all kinds of stuff everywhere, became wealthy. And a lot of our agents in our company have done the same thing. The Richardsons did the same thing, right, Nancy?
Yeah, all the time.
I mean, they were just two goofy kids, and they started doing the same thing. That, you know, invested in some multifamily, and then they changed that into a couple more multifamilies, and they exchanged that into an 8-plex, and then they took the 8-plex and into a 16-plex, and so on. And now they're in Galveston for a week at a dance thing, you know? Before, they wouldn't have been able to afford that. These dances is $1,000 a weekend minimum. Now, if you go to Galveston, it's gonna be more than that for a week. The point is that you can do that, and the 1031 exchange protects that income until you sell it the last time. And then if somebody else inherits, I think, according to most CPAs, it goes away. Okay, paragraph 12 on the existing contract, what we have here, everything makes up the agreement on the contract. Don't think it's just the 8 pages or 10 pages or whatever number of pages it's gonna be. That's not the contract. The contract, if an attorney calls you and says, I want all copies of all pertinent documents, he's gonna want everything. That's the contract. Anything signed or initialed or included in the offer, any further documents are part of the contract. Don't default. That's on page 7 on the new one, and page 6 and 7 on, or 5 and 6 on the old one. Here's the deal. The default is really clear cut. The seller says, the buyer's done everything. The buyer's got their loan in place, the repairs are made, they're ready to close, and the seller goes, I'm not gonna close. I've changed my mind. I want to sell it. That's default. You don't have a legal reason to close. If that happens, you need to point your seller to paragraph 13 and encourage that they call an attorney. Because the buyer could force them to sell. And we actually had that happen in this company in the last couple of years, where the buyer sued and forced the seller to sell and move out of their house. They can also ask for damages. They could also ask for any remedy under the law, okay? So you just switch that around. The buyer is the one that we typically hear this from. I'm not gonna close. And you go, wait a minute. Your loan's good, repairs are done, everything's good. You know, you're getting a great house. No, I'm not closing. I've changed my mind. I don't feel good about it. Let's say you need to look at paragraph 8 then, and you need to, paragraph 13, I'm sorry, right? Yeah, paragraph 13, and you need to look at the section on buyer defaults, because the seller can force you to buy this house, specific performance. The seller could also charge you with basically any expenses that they have, or they can file suit and ask for any remedy under the law. It'd be a lot cheaper for you to close on that, and here's what I'll do, Keller Williams agents. I will sell this house with no commission being paid to the seller, to the brokerage on my side. And you might still have to pay a buyer's agent fee, but you're not gonna have to pay me. It'll be a lot cheaper. Don't default. And again, Mr. Buyer, if you're thinking about that, look at paragraph 13, look at the section, please read it, and then call in a real estate attorney, because you're going to need one. On 15, the seller's disclosure statement. We had a seller's disclosure statement. I don't know what it said on there. I can't remember. But you don't want to do B. If you're a listing agent and you don't get the disclosure online, then the seller could mark, or the buyer could mark that box and say, look, I want a copy of the disclosure statement within 1 day. And then I have 3 days to review it. And if I don't like it, I can terminate the contract. You get that? Everybody hear that? So you go back to your seller and say, oh, the buyer terminated. Why'd they do that? Oh, I forgot to put the disclosure online. That would be a good conversation, wouldn't it? And you can say, don't worry about it, I'm firing myself. Because,
So we do A.
huh?
We do normally A is the one that we choose. A is the one that we would choose.
Oh, yeah, I mean, what I'm just telling you, if you're a listing agent, get the disclosure up, because I've been guilty of this. And every time I teach the class and I read B, I'm thinking, oh my God. Where the agent will call me and say, hey, could you send me the disclosures? When they could just keep their mouth shut, get it under contract, get the disclosures, and give their clients basically 4 days to terminate the contract. Because it doesn't, you don't have to say any reason. It just says, I got 3 days to review it, and I'll deliver notice to seller if this contract is to be terminated. I can't wait to tell my seller what happened. God, wouldn't that be awesome? Lead-based paint disclosure, you have to have it, you can't even get anything on the MLS without it. Walkthrough, really the only, they put this in there, but the key is there has to be utilities on it, doesn't matter who it is. So there's gotta be utilities on it, it's really the responsibility of the seller. At 19, they go into great detail there, but really what it's saying is seller and buyer it could be male, female, it could be 10 sellers, it could be 10 buyers, but we're just gonna say buyer and seller in the contract. It's just legalese is all it is. I don't know. Yeah, you got all kinds of pronouns in there. Got neuter gender too. So it could be any of those. Any notice, consent, approval, request, this is on paragraph 20, or to other communication required under this contract after its acceptance. After its acceptance, to be delivered to seller shall be in writing and shall be deemed delivered to seller upon delivery thereof to the broker. So after the contract's accepted, everybody got this look now, it's accepted. Now everything has to be in writing, so counters, or not counters, amendments, riders, notices, anything like that, they have to be in writing and they're valid when I send it to you. If I put it on my email and I scan it and I push send and it doesn't come back to me, that means you've got it. It doesn't matter whether you've seen it or not. Now what's crazy about this is I want you to go to let me find it here. Look at 468, paragraph 30. It's going to change in the other one, but look at that one right now. Buyer's offer to purchase property shall automatically expire. Seller is not accepted by 3:30 p.m. on the 24th of 24. This offer may be accepted by seller signing it and providing timely notice of such acceptance, which may be given, underline it, orally or in writing. Now, did you know that was in the contract? Tell the truth, you did not know that. It can be given orally or in writing, because what we think about with contract is it's got to be in writing and we've got to send it. But the one time it doesn't have to be is the offer may be accepted by the seller signing it, providing timely notice of such acceptance signing, which may be given orally or in writing.
Who's gonna, they're gonna say,
I've
if it's
signed it.
orally,
We've signed it.
you have to sign it.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
And provided notice.
Mhm.
So you can sign it, but they just haven't received it yet. But it has to be signed.
It has to be signed or you would be committing fraud, right? If you called and said, hey, we've signed this, it's accepted. You're under contract. And then you send it over and goes, we just kidding, that'd be fraud. But everywhere else in the contract is in writing. And it's valid upon sending. Now, if it's me, I'm signing and sending, aren't you?
Yeah.
I might call too, but I doubt it. I'm sticking it in writing and getting it back to them as soon as I can because they can withdraw that offer anytime prior to signing. So if they call me and say, hey, we're withdrawing the offer, I go, oh, no, we've got it signed. I haven't notified them, have they? So they can withdraw the offer. Right? And go back here to wherever we were, which was right about
So-
there. Notices.
What you're saying is that once it's signed and you verbally notify them, then they cannot pull out. They cannot.
Yeah, they couldn't. But you're gonna follow up with a signature.
Right.
To me too, in our nowadays. I'm gonna shoot a picture of that page if I have to show them it's signed. But hey, we've accepted your contract. Well, the sellers have all signed. Send it to them and then scan the whole thing. Maybe I can't get into the office to get it scanned, or
Yeah.
maybe I don't have the technology to, smart enough to do it. I can just drive it to their office. We're on page 7 now. And it's all these riders. We already talked about that. If you check a box, then you've got to have this included. You've got to have the rider included. If you check the box and it fell to include the rider, then you don't have a valid contract. Now, and we know on the new contract, it's going to have another rider on page 9, and that one is going to be compensation agreement rider on 419. 420. But as of right now, these are the only ones we have. But let's say I wanted to add this to my contract. We already have one of these agreements. If I wanted to add that to my contract, I think I'd add it and check that box. I mean, other, and say cooperation agreement between brokers to be included. Then on 2 or 385 note, it says, hey, look, this contract isn't worth a doodly for new construction. And it is not, except to establish price and then to establish in special agreements when you're going to meet with the builder and sign everything else. You know, if you're representing a new construction buyer and you write a, it's 360 for the house, but they're not quite finished with a lot of stuff, you need to get everything signed off on. And it needs to be signed off by the buyers, the builder, and initialed and dated. And it needs to become a part of the contract. And that's why they're talking about this, to say, hey, it really didn't work very good. And what's the builder you work with, Nancy?
Aller, West Aller.
Who do you guys work with?
I'm with Flint Rock.
Oh, yeah. And trendsetters. I mean, all those people now, I think Alice has finally got a separate little document, doesn't he, on everything?
Mhm.
Yeah. And I know, does he have one?
We have a price out, yeah. I don't know.
You really need a document that says you can have black shingles, green shingles, gray shingles, red shingles. Check the box.
Yeah,
An initial.
yeah, it's priced
Okay.
out, like itemized
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
yeah.
Gotta have that. If you don't, the builder can do whatever the hell they want to. I don't care what they tell you as a buyer. Well, we're gonna put a 8-foot shower in there. It's gonna have 3 heads and, and you move into the house and it's got a plastic tub and, that's why this contract's not any good for that. And notice on 22, it says loan and appraisal contingency extended to closing date. Did you call her, Nancy? You weren't paying any attention. On 391, it says seller to pay sturdy real estate 2% commission for buyer's agent. Isn't that crazy? The buyer's agent reduced her fee without anybody asking her to. You know who asked her to? Wasn't me. I mean, I'm the listing agent on this house. Who asked her to, do you think? The buyers did. Because she had never seen them in their life. They called me. I couldn't show it. I told them, I said, I think there's 2 Keller Williams agents showing it the next hour. If they walk out the door, just have them show it to you. Well, they didn't do that. So they called this, got her. They called me during the transaction and said, hey, can we fire her? I'm like, no, you can't do that. She's representing you. That's what it says in their offers, And anyhow, so the last offer they made, she came in with that, with the 2% commission. She reduced, I think they talked to her and said, all you ever did was show us a house. I know it. I'd have been like, heck no. I don't know what I would have done. It was funny though, because that put $5,420 in my seller's pocket, right? And so that paid for her move to California, because she was driving out. I mean, it pays for all her hotels and everything. Pretty good deal for her. So that's why we accepted that one. I mean, really, there were other offers that were close, but this one had, you saw, there was no inspection or anything on here. They didn't do an inspection, they accepted it. 24, sources of broker's compensation, you can see the seller's paying and the buyer's paying. So in this case, she must have had a buyer's fee, an admin fee or transaction fee or whatever you call it, built in. Now, going forward, I want you to think about this. Let's say the seller's paying 2%, and that's all you can get, but the buyer is paying 1%. You know, you told the buyer, look, my compensation should be 3%. So I'm getting 2 from the seller. I convinced him to do that. So you're gonna pay me 1. So you're gonna mark both boxes there. I mean, some buyers would rather do that than pay you the 16,000, right?
Yeah.
They'd rather pay you 5,420.
I mean, we may have to get a little creative.
Yeah.
You know,
But you can't exceed whatever you have in your buyer's agency agreement. So if it's 3%, it's the most you can get. And you cannot show a property without a buyer's agency agreement, an employment agreement. Can't do it, starting at 29.
This is good. Just last week, I'm trying to sell a property and I'm the listing agent and I'm showing it to this guy. And he says, well, can you represent me? I said, sure, I can, I pay you 4%. I pay you more. I get thinking, I'm representing the seller too. You want me to represent the buyer, but I have to be neutral. So I
No, you
think it's
can't be
great that
neutral
you
if you
can.
represent the seller.
Huh?
I mean, in a situation like that, look, yeah, the best example is an open house. You've got a listing, you do an open house on it.
Mhm.
Somebody walks in and goes, ooh, I love it.
Mhm.
I want to buy it.
Mhm.
Great.
Mhm.
You can write the offer, but you are not a buyer's agent. You don't know diddly about the person.
Mhm.
You know, you're just writing the offer and assisting the buyer.
Mhm.
You don't have an agency relationship. So you could have done the same thing for that guy.
Well, I just didn't like that he was already trying to me
Trying to
work
buy you.
better for him
Yeah.
than from a.
Yeah, I would say on that individual house, I'd probably say, no,
Yeah, I
I
don't,
really just met you.
thank you.
Now, if you want to see anything else, I'll be happy to represent you on that. We'll get into an agreement.
Mhm.
Brokerage relationship, you can see here that Sturdy Real Estate is the other company. They practice designated agency also, so she's working as a buyer's limited agent on line 407, and then on 414, she's a designated agent. And on the other side, seller's limited agent and a designated agent, and that's Chris, my wife. Okay, we are a franchise. And they moved this also, I think, in the contract, in the new contract. Broker's franchise disclosure. And then under Missouri law, brokers are immune from liability. It just says, unless you hire the people, the engineers, or you hire, I'm talking hire, I'm talking you're gonna pay them. The contract's with you, you have no liability. You don't have any liability, as long as you're not the one actually paying them, you're contracted with them, okay? Now, if you hire an engineer and you pay that engineer, and the engineer says the house is falling down and kills the contract, turns out he was wrong, then you could be totally liable for that. That's why we don't do that. What we do is we engage people. Mr. Inspector, can you inspect Tuesday at 10? Great, here's my client's information. My client pays. My client's contracted with him.
I like that they made the acceptance deadline bigger.
yeah.
I could never have found that thing, so. 9/5/23.
On the new contract,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
good. I'm glad somebody liked it.
Might make DocuSign a little
I'm
easier.
blind.
I hate change. All right, and then on the old contract and the new contract, we're going to share the sales information, and we're trying to establish market value. That's why we send it in. Some people choose not to, but the majority of transactions are reported to the MLS, and it helps us to establish value. When you get to 28, 29, that's not your job. Don't do it. You're not supposed to find out whether somebody's a terrorist or not. If you don't feel comfortable working with somebody, you know, you get some inkly feeling about them, that's fine too. You can fire them. You don't have to work with anybody. But it's not your job to ask them, are you an illegal alien? You know, that's not your job. The title company's gonna find out whether they have a green card or they're able to buy or not your job. 30, I say no longer than 24 hours on anything that's occupied. And if it's new construction, I wouldn't give the builder more than 24 hours. If it's a REO, foreclosure property, you can't put anything in there because they answer whenever they want to. You can see here that we had, I think we had 2 or 3 hours is all we had. To answer this anyhow, we accepted it and that was a good deal. We're all done. And then I didn't show you on the beginning of this, and if you look up here real quick, we'll be done here. They had an as-is inspection waiver rider, which just, again, that's why this offer was accepted. There was another offer pretty close to it. When you go as is and you reduce the commission to the buyer's agent, I mean, that's like, that could have been on a big house, $4,000, it could have been $5,000 on there and another $5,000 to the seller. So it all worked out good for everybody. Questions? Aren't you glad you got to see this? Now you're all prepared.
Hey.
We're ready.
You're ready. July 29th. Now, there will be a class, a webinar on the 25th that you can watch anywhere. I think we're gonna have it on screen down here from the Missouri legal team. So if you wanna watch it, just make sure you're aware of it. It should come out this Sunday. You should see it in some of the board stuff if you don't see it. If not, I think we're gonna put it down here. And then we're having 2 or 3 different things on this. I think the 12th and the 19th, we're having more. I think maybe in the next team meeting, we're gonna kind of talk about it again on the new contract. And the only reason we're doing it is just trying to give you a heads up. And I know I don't have any people online, I don't pay attention to that. But really, I mean, the idea is that you're prepared, you know, you're just ready. It's not like, now what do I do? I would hate that. I wish the board would have had more classes for everybody on this. Or at least for the brokers, so the brokers could do a better job too.
I appreciate you doing it. Yes, I appreciate you doing it, because I don't know, it didn't matter how many times I hear the conversations, to go through it step by step is so much more beneficial.
Yeah.
Just to
Yeah, I
get
can't,
that,
I have a hard time unless I see it on, no
Yeah.
offense, on paper.
yeah.
Now, we do everything online now, but if I see it on paper, I can do what we did today, which is look back to this page and that page and this page. And then, for some reason, it seems to be lodged a little bit better, and it just makes it all of our lives easier, you know, it really does. I think we'll be prepared. I think everybody will do a good job. I don't have any concerns.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, look at that, 3 o'clock, we're done. I'm gonna turn this off. Anybody know?